called them all. I don't even know if I could say it. They could say it. You know what I'm talking about?
They call them all the F word, the ends in the T.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
Yeah? Oh.
Yes. And many more things like that.
Good.
It was. They still play it on TV. Like, well,
yes.
How come they can play it on TV? I can't say it.
Well, do you remember a time? There was a time where they used to show those old Roadrunner cartoons.
Yes.
Where they were hyper violent.
Yeah.
Where they were blowing things up and hitting each other in the head with frying pans and shooting each other in the face, and it was okay.
Pushing them off a mountain
because it was old, and so the new cartoons were all sanitized and nerfed up, but the old ones were still on. But you would watch the old ones, go, oh yeah, this is what it used to be like. Well, I watched some old Popeye the other day. And Bluto is basically a fucking rapist. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
A straight up rapist, just grabbing olive oil.
Yeah.
Like big fat face, this crazy
Yeah.
beard. And he's like, wah! She's trying to fight him off, and Papa's like, hey, let go of me, girl. Yeah. And he has to punch her or punch him.
Yeah.
And he fights with Bluto, and Bluto was a rapist.
Yeah.
He dragged her away.
That's what that was.
I mean, it's like 100 years ago, right? It's basically 100 years ago. Popeye was like 1930. It's like almost 100 years ago. And humans were just living different back then. I think rape was probably really prevalent. So prevalent that you could joke around about it in a fucking cartoon.
Yeah, and so you don't go live now because...
Well, a bunch of channels started creating their own channels with my clips. And so this is what can happen. So if you have a channel, and then someone says, hey, I'm going to take all your clips. I'm going to take the interesting parts of your podcast. I'm going to make my own channel. And then they can get like hundreds of thousands of subscribers with all of your content.
Right.
And then they can have whatever they want. Put that on. So then they can use it as a white power fucking YouTube channel. They have 500,000 subscribers. They can use it as a men's rights channel. They can use it as, they can just switch it over and say it's not about Jimmy Dore anymore. Now it's about Bill Burr. And they just use your content, which is not legal. And I was like, when they were doing it while we were doing the show. So while we were doing the show, they were making clips and then uploading them as we were live.
While you're still going.
Yeah.
So they're doing it in real time.
So.
Okay, I got it.
So we realized that those can be taken down, and then we started doing it ourselves, and then we realized like the only way to really stop them from doing it in real time is to do it, like film it, have the podcast filmed, and then have the clips cut up and then release it.
Okay. Oh, okay.
That's why.
Okay.
That's a big one. The other one was the copyright. There's a real problem with copyright strikes. Like if you get 3 strikes, they fucking pull your channel.
So did you ever get one?
We've gotten them. We've gotten them before for shit that we show. We've gotten them before for shit that we show in the corner of the screen, like the corner screen, like a photograph or a video or a little tiny thing in the corner of the screen. We had one where we got one from a guy took a film from his like it was like a cell phone of a satellite being launched. Like and we were watching it, like watching the video. We got a copyright strike. Like just watching something that was on the internet. You can't do it. People own these things. The big one is nature videos. Those fucking nature videos when you see like a pack of hyenas try to take out a lion. If you play that, that's a copyright strike. They will get you for that.
So I had a copyright strike recently. A first one, only one we've ever had, right? That's a strike, not like, hey, we're going to demonetize. Totally different.
I get that all the time.
Yeah, that's all the time. But a strike is serious because they can take your channel down if you get 2 more of them. So, and when they do that, they put a stamp, timestamp of what is the copywritten audio, right? And someone had put a copyright strike on it. At the end of every one of my videos, it goes and it's just from iTunes, right? It's non-royalty thing. It's just it's a chime. It's not even music.
Right. So it's from GarageBand or something.
Yes, from GarageBand.
Right.
Yeah, and so that's royalty free. And so somebody put a copyright strike on that, and I'm like, that's just someone messing with me. That's just a hater. And some guy from like Canada who's now living in like Thailand. I had a guy track him down, and he's like, yeah, he has no obvious source of revenue. And
so he's trolling you.
So he's saying the guy who investigated said he thinks it's intelligence. I'm like, and so the reason why he took that claim on that was to show that he could take down every one of my videos because that chimes in every one of my videos. So for a while, until that copyright strike got cleared up, I don't have a liaison. It took a while, and so we took that chime out of all our videos.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, yeah. So that's I don't,
Yeah, YouTube is weird, but they're dealing with managing an insane amount of content.
yeah. I don't know.
Insane amount. They can't.
And they always err on the side of the copyright holder. And I get why they do that.
They do it automatically. Yeah. I mean, we've gotten copyright hits for a screenshot. You know, when you see the video and there's like two heads and there's a small photograph, a screenshot. The screenshot was a photo that someone had took and they were claiming copyright on that photo that was just on the internet. Just because we had it in our school, we had to change the photo.
Really?
Yeah, dude, it's fucking...
I know.
And it's weird because, like, for some people, like, you have a podcast that's just audio, right?
So yeah, I have an audio and video.
And video. Some people don't. Some people only have the video, and then that video goes away. You count on that YouTube monetization. Like, there's a lot of people that did that. They counted on that YouTube money, and then YouTube demonetizes things just randomly. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, I've had a bunch of podcasts with Tom Papa that were demonetized. I'm like, that is the fucking
craziest thing.
Yeah, he is the nicest.
Right.
Most,
He's
like,
not gonna offend.
Yeah, he's not offensive. He's hilarious. He's a sweetheart.
Yeah.
Like Tom Papa. Like, how many did they demonetize at Tom Papa? It was like 2 or 3, right? To the point where Papa got like really paranoid, and he was like, "You think someone at YouTube doesn't like me? There's something going on." So he wanted to contact people at YouTube and went down his journey.
I remember he was hosting a pilot on TBS or something, and I got called in to like do like a run through of it or whatever. And I remember I walked up to him and I go, "Hey Tom, how do you get your own TV show? I really want to get one." And he goes, "Here's what you do. You have to overextend yourself. Buy a house you can't afford."
So you get desperate. That's a good move.
Which I
Good
found
advice.
Yeah, and you got to
Yeah.
make this happen.
Could
And he
you
did.
imagine going back to regular TV now, though, with all the freedom that you have?
No, I can't. No,
right?
I can't even imagine going to the radio.
Right.
I just got in trouble. Right? So I have a show. It's on KPFK. They're all nice people. But you can't. Because they're a nonprofit. There's certain things you can't do. Like you can't over-endorse. Like I had a candidate on, and you're not supposed to endorse. And I can't. You can't go. Hey, go to their website and donate. You can't say any of that stuff. So yeah, it's just that. I'm like, oh my
So
god.
how'd you get in trouble?
So I did that.
With it?
So that guy Jeff, he's running for that 25th.
Right. Dude, what the New York Times did to him was dirty. That was dirty. I shouldn't say the New York Times. I should say that writer. Whoever that writer
It
is.
was the whole, but there was the LA Times. It was an unbelievable
But the
smear.
New York Times one was the one where they
Yeah,
tried to
they
say
pretended.
that his
That he said the
conversation with
opposite.
David Duke, where he was like, "Oh, of course you're not racist." It was as clear as day that he was joking. It's clear as day that he was being sarcastic.
And so,
Talking to David fucking Duke.
yeah,
The
right.
grand wizard of the KKK, and he's like, "Oh, you're not racist. Of course you're not racist." And then they take that and they put it in quotes. He said to David Duke, "Of
Of
course,
course
you're not racist."
That's right. So that's like Mr. Smith Goes to Washington shit.
It's dirty, but I couldn't believe that was the New York Times. That hurt. That one hurt. Because I was like, who the... you think it's funny?
Yes,
I'm like, I
the New
can't
York
even
Times is horrible.
Oh, don't
They
say
are
that.
horrible.
That's all I've got left.
You don't. No.
That's all I got
You've got me,
left.
Joe.
I got you.
You've got me. You got
okay.
Kyle Kalinske.
Oh, I do have Kyle. I
Right?
love Kyle. Yeah.
Yeah. I saw your interview with Kyle.
I love Kyle.
I heard the shit you said.
We were talking yesterday.
I heard the shit you said.
said good things about you.
Oh,
Always.
did you? I didn't get that far in.
Always. I love you.
I quit after you told him he was your favorite news show.
Oh, you're my number 2.
Oh,
Is
thanks.
that better?
I'll take it.
I think he's the most reasonable of all the political commentators. But you're a comedian
Right.
and a political commentator. I
Right.
think you have a dual
So I have a
purpose.
specials
Yeah, well,
category.
you're funnier than him for sure.
Oh, that's sweet.
The-
If that's all I care about.
He texted me yesterday. New York City was 68 degrees.
Yes.
He was like, "What in the fuck is going on?" Then he's like, "I feel bad because I feel so happy." Because like seasonal depression, you know, when it's sunny out and 68 degrees, like, yeah, everything's great. Meanwhile, the world's on fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, whatever. It's warm.
It is warm. Yeah. No, he's great. That's the beautiful thing about having corrupt and dishonest media is that it opens a door for honest media
Yeah.
like you and independent guys like yourself, like Pac-Man, Kalinske.
It's easy.
There's
it's
quite
easy.
a few.
It's easy to
Yeah.
outdo them. And MSNBC or CNN or...
But it really hurts hearing the phrase from a guy I respect. The New York Times is horrible. That's always been what I trusted. I've always
Me
been,
too. I know it was.
Ugh.
It was tough. It was tough when I realized that the mainstream news media is just a mouthpiece for the establishment when it really matters. They're for every war.
Yeah.
They're for every war. They're repeaters. How do we get into Iraq? They got Judith Miller to uncritically put whatever Dick Cheney told her on the front page. That's why they have aluminum tubes. Front page of the New York Times, and then Dick Cheney tells Judith Miller they have aluminum tubes. She prints it on the front page of the New York Times. Dick Cheney then goes on Meet the Press and said, look, even the New York Times is reporting this.
Oh, God.
That's how they do it. And then Judith Miller gets an on-air job on Fox News after that. She got rewarded.
There's that, and then there's probably also access to candidates, access to top officials.
Access journalism.
If you don't give them what they want, they don't give you access. And this is sort of the game that they've always played.
Right. That's exactly right. That they have access, and I've experienced it.
But what do you think? Why do you think they want to smear Cenk? I mean, like...
Because they see him as an enemy of the Democratic Party because he wants to get money out of politics.
Right.
So that's his big thing. He has Wolfpack, and his whole thing is I don't take corporate money, and that Justice Democrats, they don't take corporate. So that's his whole thing.
Right.
It's about getting money out of politics, and they want to keep money in politics. Because if you get money out of politics, their whole grift is over.
Right.
Right. The Neera Tandons, the
Nancy
Debbie
Pelosi
Wasserman
is
Schultz.
not worth $100 million.
That's right.
How does she get $100
How do you go from 0 to $100 million as you're in Congress? Well, you're a criminal. That's what Truman said.
Yeah.
There's the only kind of people who get rich while in government are criminals. That's what Truman said.
But there's isn't it there's forms of insider trading that are legal if you're in Congress that wouldn't be legal if you were a regular citizen?
I know that they don't have the rules that they should.
Right.
I know that.
There's rules that I shouldn't say a regular citizen, but if you were like working for a corporation, there's rules like they're allowed to get information and influence in terms of like how they invest.
Oh, right. That's not right.
Right.
That's extra information that I could get.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
it's
right.
Extra, and then they're allowed to get that information, and then they're allowed to use it for their own personal profit. Like somehow or another, that's not been stomped out.
Yeah.
And that was there was a video, and I don't know if it's accurate, where someone was explaining how Nancy Pelosi made all that money. And I was like, if I watch this fucking thing, I'm going to stay up all night. It was one of those where, like, I can't watch any more of this.
Yeah. Well, you have 100 millionaire is the leader of the People's Party. Isn't that amazing?
Not only that, like, what did you do? Did you sell hats? Like, where'd you make that money? What do you do? Do you make cars?
So why do you think Nancy Pelosi impeached Trump but didn't impeach George Bush?
I don't know.
I'll tell you.
Tell me.
As Julian Assange revealed through WikiLeaks, it was because Nancy Pelosi was told in 2002 that our government was torturing people. And she was a person in a position of power. And the reason why the Republicans and George Bush administration did that was so now they've got Democrats complicit in their crimes. And so she didn't tell anybody about it. She didn't launch an investigation. She didn't blow the whistle on this. So now she's complicit. So when George Bush, when the Republicans lose the House and she becomes leader and they go, you're going to impeach him, she goes, impeachment's off the table, and nobody could figure it out. But nobody pushed her on it because we were just so glad we had a check on George Bush at that time. Well, Julian Assange then reveals there's the memo that shows that she was briefed in 2002 on their torture program, which makes her complicit in torture because she didn't do a goddamn thing about it.
Did you see the interview that I did with Edward Snowden?
No, yeah. I saw the first half.
It was very interesting.
Yeah,
Nancy Pelosi came up.
Oh, yeah?
It came up that she was one of the people that made it so that these cell phone companies have access to your data and can spy on you and use it. The government can use cell phones and all sorts of telecommunications, essentially video, your voicemail, emails, all that shit. All that shit can get spied through, and it was very complicated. Like I don't remember the exact thing. I don't remember the exact scam. Like, but Pelosi was involved in it.
There you go. I mean, they're all corrupt. That's kind of like the mission of my show, is to remind people how we got Trump. People want to pretend that corruption and lying started in January 2017. The Afghanistan papers just came out, Joe, that revealed that 3 administrations in a row lied completely 100% about Afghanistan from the day they took over to the day they left. Stuff like Donald Rumsfeld saying, we don't even know who the bad guys are. We have no idea who they are. Well, why are we there? Well, maybe because of the couple $1 trillion in rare earth minerals. I don't know.
You really think that?
Maybe it's...
We would go to war for minerals?
Come on.
That's crazy.
We would try to steal somebody's natural resources.
Were you upset at what a small story it was?
I'm upset
that those papers came out and then no one really even talked about it.
And barely got nothing. So
nothing.
It justifies everything Tulsi Gabbard has been saying. These wars are a lie and bullshit, and we got to get out of them. And that she's not the one lying about them. The one that's been lying about them has been our government, including Barack Obama. Yeah. That's what the Afghanistan papers prove, that we've been lied to
Tell
forever.
People what the papers say, so people.
So what happened was they did a study, just like the Pentagon papers, right? They do their own study that reveals that they're lying. So they interviewed 400 people that were like in the generals and in the military and contractors and all these kind of people to find out, so they can know what would happen in Afghanistan. So they revealed all this. The people who they were interviewing revealed all this, that at the beginning of the war, they didn't know they still don't know who's the bad guys, who were killing. They were lying about, they would lie that it's going well, and then their personal writings would be revealing that they didn't know what the hell they were doing. And so it's worse than you think, but we can still just keep sending $4 billion a month there. Just keep sending it. For what? No one knows. We're not leaving. Trump didn't take us out. He's up for re-election in a couple more months. We're still in Afghanistan. He didn't do what he said he was going to do.
Nobody does.
That's the problem, and that's why we got Trump in the first place. Because Barack Obama comes in as an anti-war guy, immediately gets rolled by the military-industrial complex, just like Trump did. I believe that. I did believe that Trump, his druthers would get the hell out of the Middle East, right? But he doesn't really have any druthers. He's like, okay, I'm done doing that because they rolled me hard enough. 3 years of Russiagate, I'm going to do what they want.
Well, you saw the conversation that he had with one reporter. We talked about the military-industrial complex, about how they want to go to war.
Yes.
I mean, Trump, like, actively, while in office, and this is like an Eisenhower thing, like as he's leaving, while in office, he's talking about the military, and it barely got mentioned.
I know. And so I think that's why the establishment wants to get rid of Trump. Even though he does their bidding, he gives them their $1 trillion tax cuts. Nobody asks how we're going to pay for it. He gives them, he tries to go into Venezuela. He tried to do what, he's doing Iran. He didn't come out. We didn't get out of Syria. We're not out of Afghanistan. He's sending more people back to Iraq. It's amazing what's happening. The exact opposite of what he ran on is happening. Yeah. So why do I think this happens? It's because just what Eisenhower said as he left. He says the undue influence of the military-industrial complex. And Joe, imagine they just invented $131 billion more worth of work for Raytheon and Boeing and Halliburton. How much money does the recording music business make a year? 80 billion? I mean, how much does it? We've just invented a whole nother economy. Just since Trump got elected, 131 extra billion. I mean, just think what you could do with that. You could build 131 Yankee stadiums.
Do you think
every year?
Non-cynically, do you think that a lot of this impeachment stuff and a lot of the scandal stuff is really a distraction for a lot of these things they're pushing through?
Yes, it's 100% distraction. And just like I told you, because if they really believed that he was doing all these things and he was, why would they keep giving him extra money to go bomb people at his own behest? They don't try to put handcuffs on him. So that's how you know they're full of shit. And the reason why they're coming at Trump in the way, there's ways to, so now they're starting to oppose him because of this Iran thing. So now you turn on CNN and Chris Cuomo goes, hey, why doesn't Congress do its job and take back the war powers that they gave it to the president under this AUM? So now, which is what I predicted would happen when Trump, the silver lining of a Trump presidency was all the shit that the Democrats and Republicans have been agreeing on, which is war, fracking, opening the Arctic to drilling, all that stuff, gassing immigrants at the border. Now we're all going to become aware of it. Well, the Democrats spent 3 years doing frickin' Russiagate, so they didn't ever oppose him on that stuff, and they let him keep doing it. And so now people are starting to become aware of what's happening. And so now Chris Cuomo is going, hey, why doesn't Congress do their job? Why are you letting crazy President Trump? Well, they just gave him 131. They gave him his spying powers. Again, through the Patriot Act. This guy who's working for Putin, you're going to give him spying powers? You fucking bullshitter. They're all fucking bullshitters. Arrgh.
It's a weird scam.
Yeah, Joe, if you thought a guy was working for Putin, would you give him an extra $131 billion to go bomb anybody at his own base? By the way, that's also intelligence.
Is that a rhetorical question?
Yes. So that's why, and people give me a hard time about supporting Tulsi, right? Like, why are you? I think it's really important to have an anti-war voice that has, speaks from experience. She's actually in the military right now. She actually who have volunteered to go serve in their illegal wars, and then they smear her for it. It's kind of amazing.
Well, she's a weird one, right? Because she has so many characteristics that you would think that everyone who's a progressive would want as a president. She is a veteran who twice served overseas, twice deployed. She's been a veteran for a long time congresswoman. She's from Hawaii. She's, I guess she's Hawaiian. You would say she's a woman of color.
They say she's a woman of color.
What color? She's like a
she's
light beige.
She's tanner than me.
Is she? Well, she lives in Hawaii.
That's why.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know about these things. I'm white. I don't know.
But it is really. I mean, the Hawaiian roots are essentially Polynesian and South Pacific travelers who landed thousands of years ago on those islands. So yeah, I mean, it is essentially a person of color. Either way, she's a very articulate, rock solid woman, and they've tried to find a bunch of dirt on her, and they can't. And they don't know what to do.
And it's just funny to me that a lot of people who are supporting Elizabeth Warren were shitting on Tulsi as hard as they can. And of course, Elizabeth Warren shows her true colors. She does a right-wing sexist smear on Bernie Sanders. Is what's happening.
That was weird.
This is what a crazy thing to do.
It was a fake smear. Like, nobody's buying that.
So it was her, the media, and the DNC got together, and they were like, hey, let's do this. Because it was coordinated. This didn't come out of nowhere.
Right.
And CNN, did you see that story? CNN wrote these two people who heard it from these other two people who we're not even going to name.
And that's on CNN.
That's CNN. That's how they do it. It's so crazy. Yes.
They're digging their own grave, though. What they're doing is they're making themselves less and less relevant, and they're making guys like you and independent people more and more relevant and more trustworthy.
And that's why they keep going to the catnip of Russiagate or Trump's tweets or whatever, impeachment and this phone call to the thing. And look how the media runs interference for the establishment. It's amazing. Like, to pretend that the Bidens aren't corrupt.
I know. Hilarious.
And to have people come on and go, that's a lie. That's no corruption. It's been looked into. There's no corruption that a guy has an $83,000 job on a board in a country his dad just helped overthrow. What are you, fucking crazy?
That seems like it might be a little corrupt. Well, the conversation where he tells the prosecutor that if he's not gone, you don't get the $1 billion.
Right.
What do you know? They fired the guy.
Right.
Like, you saw that video.
So, yeah, I saw that video, but their defense to that is they're saying, but that prosecutor was corrupt, and the next guy was even more tougher of an investigator. But that guy was investigating Burisma at the time.
Yeah.
And that guy did say later, that guy who got fired said, I got fired because I was investigating Burisma. He said that in a court document. So, believe me, they're all. Why didn't they impeach Trump on the emoluments clause? Why didn't they do that? Why did they do it on this
What's
bullshit?
The emoluments clause?
So that's him benefiting off his position in government. It's because they all do it.
Right.
Why do you think? Because it would bring up everything.
It would have to.
That's right. Hey, Chelsea Clinton just got a $9 million job for.
She deserves it.
Oh my God, she did.
She's the best.
And people are saying that. People are saying, what's wrong with a woman using her degree? She has 3 degrees. I wonder how she was able to afford those 3 degrees. I wonder, she overcame all those obstacles? Did she?
She did.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they're all corrupt. That's the story, and that's why we have Donald Trump
clinging to this system.
That's why we don't have a functioning medical system or a functioning banking system, because Barack Obama was paid off by the health insurance companies and the Wall Street banks, and that's not. Says that.
How'd they pay him off?
Well, he has I don't know if you noticed, he just bought a house at Martha's Vineyard from the guy who owns the Celtics.
But he sells hats.
He has 49 acres.
He's got a lot of money.
49. That's more acres than Kevin Hart.
Wow.
That's a lot of acres.
That is a lot of acres.
Yeah, that's the guy who's a community organizer. I guess it was a gated community organizer.
But how do they pay him off? Like, how does that work?
Comedy.
How does that work? How does that work where it's legal? Like, how does the president get paid off?
When he left the presidency, he goes windsurfing with Branson for a while, right? As we still don't have clean water in Flint, and then when he comes back in the public life, the first thing he does is he goes to make speeches for equity firms at $500,000 a pop.
Yeah. For
20-minute speech. What do you think that is? What do you think all this is?
It's a bribe. It's an after-the-fact bribe.
Yes.
Yeah. But it's amazing that they still honor that. That they're so rock solid in their commitment to this corrupt system that even after the guy can't even help him anymore, he's out of office, they hook him up with these speaking jobs.
Right.
He gets $500,000 a pop, and then
whatever he wants to do. Yeah.
But wasn't that a thing about the Clinton Foundation where Bill Clinton would he would make sure that he got speaking gigs along with
the weapons deals that she was
Yes.
giving. Yes.
Yeah.
This is correct. Yeah, they're everybody's again.
They're dirty.
We didn't get Trump because the Democratic Party was doing their job.
Right.
The people got desperate and decided to take a chance on a political novice game show host who they knew was a bullshitter. Everybody knows Trump's a bullshitter. They were like, good, go bullshit those people we hate.
Yeah.
And that's to see. And I've been imploring the Bernie campaign, which nobody listens to me, so it doesn't matter.
Why don't they listen to you?
I don't know, maybe because I communicate in a caustic way, John. But I've been trying to. Bernie should be wiping the floor with these candidates. It shouldn't even be close, right? And so I've been imploring them, Bernie, take the gloves off. Would you quit turning to Joe Biden and saying, my best friend, Joe Biden? You got to do what Trump did. When Trump was running, he ran against the Republican Party. He ran against all those pukes that the people are sick and tired of, that the people have been let down by. These are the people who took you to Iraq. These are the people who took you to Libya. These are the people who are bankrupting you. These are the so that's what he did. And you know, Bernie gets up and he goes, Joe, my good friend, I just want to let you know you're corrupt. It's like, quit saying you're friends with these fucking guys who are corrupt. Quit he could land it. He should turn, and I've been begging. He came close in the last debate. He kind of came.
Do it in his voice. Tell what she said.
I'm not good at impressions.
You're pretty
Mike
good.
McCrae is the best, but
you got right there. That was a pretty good one.
Joe Biden, the reason why you can't understand how Medicare for All works is because you're corrupt. And you're paid not to understand. And we're going to get rid of your brand of corruption when I'm president.
Whoa.
Because you're the problem.
Whoa.
Oh, my God.
People would go crazy?
The place would go fucking crazy.
Then Elizabeth Warren would stand up for Joe Biden and call him a sexist piece of shit.
That's right. And everybody would see what the game is.
Wasn't he like always in support of Elizabeth Biden?
Yeah.
Elizabeth Biden.
Elizabeth Biden.
Elizabeth Warren. Wasn't he always in support of her?
Joe Biden?
Yeah. No.
Bernie Sanders. Yeah,
Bernie was always in support of Warren.
Yeah, so Elizabeth Warren was like, hey, Bernie's policies are pretty popular. I'll pretend that they're mine.
Yeah. Well, she was a Republican. People forget that.
Up until she was 47 years old.
Yeah.
Right?
People forget that.
Yeah. While Bernie was running around telling people that a woman could be president, she was still a Republican.
Yes.
FYI.
Yeah.
So it's amazing that, you know, it's like, is anybody going to vote for Elizabeth Warren over Bernie? It's like vaping. That's what I say. It's like, just smoke the real thing. There's a real thing. Right?
Well, there's a lot of people out there that still just want a woman president.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I understand that, but you can't let identity trump policy. You gotta, you know, that's what identity politics. Well, we're gonna have a woman who's not as good as a guy, or we'll have a woman who could be. It's like, no, you're supposed to marry them together. You know, you can't just because of her identity. That's not good. You know,
Trump's gonna torture her. If she makes it, if she becomes the nominee, that Pocahontas shit,
she couldn't handle Meghan McCain the other day on The View. Did you see that? How Meghan McCain twisted her into a pretzel to get her to say Soleimani was a terrorist? It was unbelievable the way she did.
Did she really?
Why don't you say he's a terrorist, though? Well, and then she does that.
Puff your cheeks out. No?
How do you get away with shit?
What do you mean? What did I do?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
I said puff your cheeks out. Is that a problem?
I don't.
Are we supposed to pretend she's not fat?
Who?
Who are we talking about?
Who are we talking about?
Have you ever seen Tim Dillon do his version of Meghan McCain?
No.
Oh, I'm going to get you something beautiful right now.
Oh, really?
I'm going to show you something amazing.
So there's this tape somebody put together of Meghan McCain saying "my father." Have you seen that one where she says it over and over and over?
Yes.
So I was in Ventura, California. I was playing that clip, like as a joke, like we were all going to laugh. There was almost a fucking riot at my show. People made me stop playing it. They didn't want to see it. At first, I thought they were like cheering because they cheer often at my show, and then I'm like, oh no, they're screaming.
Oh, Ventura's a sketchy spot.
And I had to.
Ventura's like, why? You know, it's one of them Torrance places. Like, what are you? What are you doing here? Watch this. Play it from the beginning and give me some volume. Okay, play it. Watch this. This is Tim Dillon.
Before my father died, I had a baby with him. And it will be raised in captivity. It'll be raised privately to be the greatest politician that has ever lived. My name is Meghan McCain, and I'm on a news show called The View. And Donald Trump, that fucking riverboat casino captain, is talking shit about my father again. My father was tortured for 100 years for this fucking country. And he came back and he started 7 wars because he's a gentleman. Fuck you, Trump. I'm gonna wear my father's skin mask, and I'm gonna primary Trump from the right. Come on The View, bitch. If you're that tough, come on The View. You want it, Alessandro Ocasio-Cortez? You want this shit? You want to fuck these tits, Trump? You want to fuck these tits? No, you don't. You want to suck cock. But I won't fuck you because the only person I'll fuck is Daddy. I'll fuck his corpse. I'll fuck Daddy's corpse.
That is...
He's the best. That
I
impression.
had a baby. Raise it in captivity. Raise it in captivity.
He's an animal.
Wow, who is that?
Tim Dillon.
Oh, that's funny. Where's
Hilarious
he from?
comic. He's a New York guy. He's out here now.
Oh, that's funny. Oh my
He's
God.
hilarious.
Don't you love being a comedian?
Oh, I love it. I love guys like him. That to me is there's not a fucking filter to be found. Not a filter to be found.
He's just... He's got a hair.
Oh yeah. And he's gay too,
It's
so he's got
no!
like so he's got like a free pass to get wild. When you're gay, you can
Don't
get
you
away
wish-
with more shit.
I know, don't you
You
wish
can say more
I
things.
wish I was gay.
You can say crazy shit about women.
Lots of stuff.
He went around as Jeffrey Epstein's temple. He dressed up like Jeffrey Epstein's temple. Which, by the way, that temple is fucking... How strange is that? That it's the same colors as the Israeli flag? Jesus Christ.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like the Israeli flag.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who's that? Chuck Schumer walking away from him? That doesn't look like Chuck Schumer.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That was funny. Thanks for playing that.
He's hilarious. He does a lot of shit. He works. Like, he puts in a lot of time. He does a lot of things. A lot of content. He puts out a lot of shit. Yeah, and he's a really funny comic, too.
I got to do more comedy. So,
What's been going on? You haven't been doing a lot?
I go out, but it's like I don't drive as far as I should.
Oh. Do you go to the store at all?
I get it. You know what? I've never worked at the store.
How dare you?
I did actually send an email. I go, hey, I want to do my show down at the store in La Jolla.
Yeah?
Because I want to go to San Diego again. And do.
I love La Jolla.
Do you?
Oh, that club is one of the greatest clubs in the world. It's like
The store down there?
That store down there is perfect. It's perfect. It's like a perfect comedy club.
Oh, I sent an email. I didn't get it in return.
Oh, no. Well, they're probably booked. They're so booked. Everything's
Yeah, I
booked.
bet.
The store has never been more popular. Right now, it's sold out every night.
Yeah, I know. I should start going there. I just got to
Come
get
on
out of my
down.
ass. I just got to get off my. I go to Flappers, which is in Burbank, so it's real close to
Yeah.
my house. And I go up there a couple times a week, and it feels good. Then I go to the Comedy Magic Club on the weekend.
It's a good club.
That's a great club. And then and I go to the Improv randomly.
Yeah.
And so that's pretty much my.
How often are you getting up a week?
Just maybe 2 or 3 times.
Oh,
And
that's not too bad.
that's not too bad. It's not good.
Yeah, I'm doing 3 sets tonight.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you gotta do a lot.
Like I
Comedy
talked
is
to-
reps. It's
Yeah,
all about reps.
It's all about reps. It's like my friend Alan Havey goes to New York, and now he works at that the Comedy Cellar. They have like 3 venues now, so he
Yeah.
just has to make 1 call and he gets 3 sets a night. I'm
Yep.
like, oh, if I could just go out, and he didn't have to travel far. It's like all real close. There's nothing better than doing 3 sets a night, right?
Well, stand-up is like, I feel like it's like running. Like, you want runner's endurance, you want to be in shape, you got to run. You
Yeah.
have to run. And stand-up, you have to do stand-up. You do it, you get into it, you get the rhythm, you get the groove, you feel it.
Once you start overthinking it,
Yeah.
and that happens. So if you have too much of a break, for me anyway, I start to overthink it.
Of
I start
course.
to get nervous.
Yeah, of course.
Do you get nervous?
Oh, yeah, if you take time off. You feel uncomfortable. That's the best way to describe it. It's not
Yeah.
necessarily nervous, because I know jokes, I know how to tell them.
Right.
But I don't feel comfortable.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a totally, yes. I was in, so I was just in Portland this last weekend.
Do you
and-
helium up there?
No, I do the Alberta Rose Theater. And I had to write a whole new show because we came back too soon, like 6 months ago. We were in Portland, so I had to write a whole new fucking show.
Oof.
And I was really sweating. I didn't realize how nervous I was. And so when I got on stage, like about 30 minutes in, it was going good, right? I got my appetite. All of a sudden, I was hungry. And so I got a calzone, and I had to eat it.
On stage?
Yes.
What?
I was starving. I had another 2 hours to go. My show goes 2.5 hours. And sometimes,
so you ate while you were on stage?
so I'm like, I have to get, so I just got a calzone. It
How
was
did the
good.
people handle it?
They all went and got calzones. They sold out.
So you had a break?
No, as I'm doing the show, I have I had 3 people up on stage with me. I
Are
had.
you in the calzone business? Are you the Nancy Pelosi of calzones?
I have.
Is that what's going on?
You know, I have some interests in calzone. No,
I don't know how you can do that.
I've often looked. I'd be on stage and I look down at a chicken wing. I'm like, I could eat that fucking thing right now.
Really?
I get So as soon as my nervousness goes away, like
You get hungry?
Yeah,
That's so weird.
yeah.
While you're on stage, you get hungry.
Because my nervousness goes away. I don't know how
So
many times I
before
can say
that,
this.
no, I understand. So before that, because of the nervousness, you can't eat.
Yeah.
So you go on stage hungry.
Yes.
But you probably should be
But
hungry.
I don't feel hungry when I go on stage. I just feel like a knot or whatever.
And then the nervousness goes away
Way,
because
and
you're
I'm
doing
like, ooh,
well.
yeah.
And then you're like, I gotta fucking eat something.
Mm-hmm.
You go on stage and you do 2.5 hours?
Yeah.
Whoa. That's
Yeah.
a lot of time.
Well, it's not stand-up. I have video.
That's right. You're doing your show.
Video.
Okay.
Doing a video show. Yeah. So,
Okay.
but we write jokes for the videos and everything. It's not just guys doing a podcast.
Right. That makes a little more sense that you want to eat in the middle of it.
Yeah.
A little more sense. Because like if you're on stage doing your act.
Oh, yeah, you can.
ящиков все продам и поживем. Ясно. Вот петух.
If I'm doing my act, that's why I say I'm often doing my act, I'd look like I'd like to have a piece of that chicken. You can't do that. Like I can play a video that's going to be a minute, and I got.
Oh, so that's what you
Then
do?
we come back. Yeah.
And then do you worry about shit flying out of your mouth when you're talking?
I do not worry about that.
Shit,
Because the people already like me.
Oh, okay, that's a good way to look at it.
Yeah, you know, it's such a freeing, I don't have to convince anybody, and that's the weird thing with my kind of comedy. Like, I like to go up in front of people who don't know me to surprise them in a way. Like, watch, but I also have to get into it a little gentler. More gently? Is that a word?
Yeah, more gently.
Yeah, so I have to act like, hey, my brother said this, you know, or hey, why did I'm too dumb, I don't get it, you know, like why is the government against workers' strikes, but they're for military strikes, you know,
as opposed to the way you would do it in front of your crowd.
Yeah, in front of my crowd, I'm much more, you know, amped up and angry or what have you.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird thing, right? There's a catch-22 to that, because like if you play to your people all the time, you can get soft because they'll laugh at stuff just because they like you.
That's right.
And then a regular audience will be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
That's right.
There's some people that I've seen where they do well, especially like some podcast folks, they have a crowd. And then the people come to see them when they do their shows and like, oh, they're just happy to see you and you do well. But then you go do a show, a rando show at the fucking Improv with like 5 other people, especially that lab. That lab is hot death.
At the Improv?
Yeah, that little tiny room.
It can be.
It's set up all fucked up. The door is right next to your stage. You're on stage and you hear the door and see people walking in. The bar is enormous. It's way too big. It's like if everyone in the room was a rabid alcoholic, maybe you could justify having a bar that big in a room that small. It doesn't make any sense.
That's funny. You know, now that you mention it, I guess I noticed that stuff, but
they should light that room on fire.
Really?
They should take sage through that room and clear it of ghosts.
You know why?
Light it on fire.
I enjoyed it because there's no waitresses. Right? Not that I don't like waitresses,
you go get your own drinks?
You go get, if you want a drink, you go to the bar. And so nobody walks around in front of you with this, so there's no distractions. People just sit there.
I get it.
Jimmy's got a problem with the women. Yeah.
Jack like some male bartender, a rugged.
You know, we just got done making fun. Kyle Kalinske got in trouble for making fun of Elizabeth Warren's dancing.
He didn't get in trouble. That Cory Booker guy went after him.
You see that?
Like, that is nonsense. You virtual signaling dummy. That is so silly. He made fun of everything. He made fun of Cory Booker's jokes.
Dad jokes.
Yeah.
He made fun of but if he makes fun of Elizabeth Warren, all of a sudden it's sexist. It's like,
see his quote? Like, you see what he said? Like, it was so clunky. Like, I'm sorry, are you an 18-year-old autistic college student who just gets to talk for the first time? Yeah. Who's so clunky. Like, how did you formulate this sentence? Did you really feel this?
Who do you think's going to believe this?
Yeah.
Like, the people who are going to believe this, they already like you. Most of the people are going to see right through this thing. So it was just, to me, it's like, you know, it's a schizophrenic message from people like that. Elizabeth Warren's defenders. It's like, well, women can do anything except take a joke, I guess.
Or dance. Watch her dance. Let's watch that video. Elizabeth Warren dancing. If you're not making fun of that, you're out of your fucking mind. If there's a thing to make fun of.
Why do white people think this is dancing, by the way? You ever notice that? George Bush danced like this.
That's my number one move.
And then she does this too.
Ellen do that too?
I think Ellen may do that.
I don't know. I mean, Elon Musk did it too. Did you see when Elon Musk was in China? Took his jacket off, threw it on the ground, was dancing. He's having a good time.
I guess that's okay.
Probably had a couple of pops.
Yeah, he's not running for anything.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and everybody made fun of it. Nobody accused anybody of being sexist.
Really?
Yeah, dancing was hilarious. We'll play that first. We'll play that second. Let's play the Elizabeth Warren one first. Because the Elizabeth Warren one is so fucking ridiculous. You're watching her dance and you're like, how dare you say I can't make fun of this? How dare you?
How dare you? Obviously, and by the way, it's not like somebody put up a cell phone video of her dancing at a wedding.
Right,
no one's going to that's okay. She's on stage trying to get something from people, and she thinks this will get it for her.
Yeah, here we go. Here she goes.
So here she goes.
Here she's up there.
I don't know if you can play that music.
So she decided, yeah, we can't play that music. So it's look at her dancing. So first of all, she looks like she needs. This isn't it?
No, it's one with Julian Castro is in the background.
This is a different one. This is her.
Oh, there she goes though. Oh no, she's doing it there too.
Yeah.
Oh no, that would. Oh no, she keeps
so
doing this.
Stiff. She looks like her back is welded. Like it's all one
She's
piece.
doing all this
like
dancing moves.
Everything is moving like this.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah. She's a robot. She's barely real.
It's about being white. You
But
know?
that's weird because I thought she was Native American.
Well, that's what I said. You know, so yeah, obviously Bernie's lying about saying women can't win, or Elizabeth Warren is lying about him saying that. And I'm not going to accuse a Native American of lying. I'm just not going to go there.
Good for you. She is 1/1000th Native American. So that's real. That's a real number. So it might be 2,000.
She's 70 though. Her moves shouldn't be like very elastic, right? There's a lot of 70-year-olds that are out there cutting it up.
Good point. 70. She actually looks pretty good for 70 because Bernie looks like shit, right? Bernie's head is in the middle of his chest.
I heard you say that.
It's like falling off.
It
like,
is.
If I was his friend, I'd be like, bro, you got to work on your posture. We got to get you some spinal decompression. Get you to some yoga classes. Your head's gonna fall off.
When you meet him, he's taller than you think, right?
Yes,
right?
Like here.
Yeah, you meet him, you're like, oh, I thought
It's supposed to be up here.
I thought for sure I was going to be taller than him when I met him. You ever have that happen? I thought for sure I'm going to be and he was way taller than me.
Well, I'm 5'8". I always assume I'm shorter than everybody before I meet him.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
So,
unless they're like a tiny person.
I thought Chris Hedges was going to be 6'5" when I met him, and he's the same way.
He's a normal guy.
Yeah, it's normal, not tall.
Have you met Chris Cuomo?
Fredo?
Did you call him Fredo?
No, he'll wreck
your shit.
my shit if I do that.
He'll wreck your shit
and then throw me down some stairs.
That was so revealing.
It was so
who are you? Are you 16?
But you know that Fredo is the N-word.
We've all said that.
We've all said
We've been saying that for years.
Get fettuccine N-word.
That is so fucking dumb to say
so
that.
stupid.
The idea that he thought that he could pass it off, and he knew they were filming it, right?
Yes,
So
yes.
he knew they
How do you not know?
It's like saying that to an Italian American is like using the N-word. Like, oh, is it really? Guess what? Here's the thing about being Italian. There's no word for us. There's no word for us. You can call me a guinea. You can call me a greaseball. It's like, okay. Doesn't work.
Right.
There's no word. They don't work. They worked in my grandfather's day. I used to talk to my grandfather because, he was an immigrant, and he came over from Italy, and he told me all the horrible shit kids in school would say to him, all the horrible shit people on the street. Yeah. Guineas back then were they were talked to like trash immigrants. Like they wanted them to go home. They didn't want them there. And there was a lot of dispute between the Irish and the Italians. Italians were thought of the way a lot of racist people think of Mexicans. Like they're coming over here to take our jobs. Yeah. They're infesting our neighborhood with their smells and their food, and they want to talk their language. Like my grandparents always spoke Italian in the house.
Did they smell?
They smell great. It depends on what you like. I love Italian food, so it smells great. But they always talked Italian. My grandmother and my grandfather always spoke Italian to each other. Yeah, they lived in an Italian neighborhood up until it changed. They lived in Newark, New Jersey.
Okay.
Which was all Italian.
So it seems like every wave of immigrants becomes the new horrible person, right?
Yes.
So I grew up because I was Irish, and they talk about how the no Irish need apply, all that stuff, and that's why they.
Yeah. I mean, that's what, it's just, there's waves of this, right? And now the wave is, Mexicans are the scapegoats, but there was that documentary they did a while back, A Day with No Mexicans. But it's true. Everything would fucking shut down. Especially Los Angeles.
No kidding.
But most of the country, I mean, this is the dirty secret about the United States of America, is that we rely, a lot of industry podcasts, it doesn't really rely on illegal immigrants, but a lot of industries rely on illegal immigrants, and it's a fucked up situation to be in for them because they really don't have a path to become legal, even if they've been proven for decade after decade that they're a viable, contributing part of our culture because they got over here illegally. Even if they came over here as a child, that we can't let you stay.
And that's another thing, the immigration, they've been scapegoated since, as far as I can remember, Bill Clinton. So Bill Clinton, if you go back to C-SPAN videos of him saying Mexicans coming here taking our jobs and all that stuff, he did all that stuff. And Hillary Clinton, she bragged that she voted for a border wall. A barrier, it was a fence in some places. She used to brag about it. And so then Trump comes along, turns it up another notch, and they're like, this guy's a fuck. Right. It's like, no, you guys. So I make this point.
He just says it in a way that's.
Yeah, it's very offensive and it's wrong, right? Of course it is. But what I'm saying is he's building off of a bunch of shit that's offensive and wrong. Just like when they tweeted out those. So you find out. This is what I say. That, he banned all the Muslims at the airport. Then you find out, why are they at the airport? Barack Obama's been bombing them for 8 fucking years straight. He dropped 26,000 bombs. They ran out of bombs. Then you find out he's putting immigrants in cages. You find out about Barack Obama built those cages. Then you find out that Trump is gassing immigrants at the border. And you find out Barack Obama also gassed immigrants at the border. And they should be honored they were gassed by the lesser of two evils. So there is the silver lining, and it's finally starting to come out because the Democrats have run this Russiagate to the, it's done. They did the Mueller report, it's over. He concluded there is no collusion. It's over. So now they moved on to impeachment, but now he's bombing, so they're finally starting to talk about the War Powers Act. They're finally talking, but nobody's talking about cutting the Pentagon budget. Do you hear that? I don't hear that.
No. Do you think that the main thing about impeachment is supposedly that he tried to get Ukraine to investigate his political opponent,
Right.
Joe Biden?
Right.
That's the main thing.
That's what they say.
You take that out, and there's basically nothing.
Right, and people aren't really that upset that he tried. Half the country, for sure, aren't upset that he tried to investigate
But
Joe
so
Biden.
many people are clinging to this as if this impeachment makes sense because they think that he's not presidential.
That's it.
Yeah.
That, as Aaron Matei says, who's the only guy I know who won an award for his Russiagate coverage because he debunked it, like a good reporter is supposed to do. And he always makes the point that Trump is not a suitable steward of imperialism. And they think he puts an ugly face on the shit we've been. Trump puts an ugly face on the stuff we've been doing all along. And so now people are going to be more aware of it, and we would have been more aware of it if the Democrats would have actually opposed him on substance instead of Russiagate.
He says things sometimes, and you go, "You are just allowed to write your own speech." Like when he was talking about Baghdadi, that he died like a dog, and you're like, "What? You're allowed to say that he died like a dog?" Or how about this is the weird thing, that he uses Twitter to threaten other countries. Like when he was talking about Iran, that if they respond, we will respond in perhaps a disproportionate manner. Like, you're using Twitter to threaten. Like, nobody ever thought that there was going to be this sort of a venue for a president to just have mouth diarrhea.
And that's why I really believe that's a big reason why a lot of the establishment wants to get rid of him, because he makes them look bad. Because they agree with his policies. The Democrats just gave him everything he wanted. They paid for his fucking border wall. They gave him expanded spying powers. They gave him an extra $131 billion to go bomb people. They helped fast track his judges. They fucking also helped him deregulate Wall Street. What the fuck aren't they doing for him? And that's why we have Donald Trump. And that's why it's important that Bernie gets in. That's why it's important that he overcomes their cheating. And I just want you talk about schizophrenic. Like, Bernie has a schizophrenic strategy. Like, people are upset that I critique his strategy. I want Bernie to be stronger. I want him to win. And I want him to. So, like, he'll come out and give a speech where he says, "I'm running against the Democratic establishment." And people go crazy, right? Because we know that's the problem. And then he'll do a video where he endorses the DNC. Like, hey, give us money. He just did a video with all the Democratic candidates talking about unity. And every campaign had to pay $170,000 to the DNC to be included in that video. Why? Because the DNC is bankrupt. Why? Because no one's donating to it. And so they have to extort money out of their own candidates, saying, if you don't give us $170,000 each to do this unity video, we won't have any money to help you once you win the nomination. So they all ponied up, and they're all in it. And Bernie's in a unity video where he's supposed to be speaking against the millionaires and billionaires. There's 2 billionaires in the fucking video. Tom Steyer and Bloomberg. We got to come together with billionaires to oppose. No, they are the fucking problem. Bloomberg is a problem. He's the guy who instituted stop and frisk. He's the guy who says New York needs more billionaires. Those are the fucking guys who are the problem. And if Bernie would just stop, playing footsie with them in a sense, and just bash them, I think it wouldn't even be close. So he's got to, like Barack Obama, he's got to overwin. Because they're going to cheat him. So he has to overwin, And I tell you what, if he picked Tulsi Gabbard as his vice president, he would crush Donald Trump. Because there are a lot of right-wingers, and there's a lot of independents. There's a lot of anti-war people who are upset with the Republican Party, a lot of independents, libertarians, and they like her because she's all the things that you like about her. She's strong. Yeah. She doesn't fly off the hip, and she's proven herself as a patriot, all that stuff.
What do you think they're doing? Who do you think they're leaning towards for the nominee? Do you think they want Warren?
Oh, the establishment, yes.
Yeah, they want Warren.
Well, that's why the DNC, the media, and Elizabeth Warren's campaign coordinated on this latest sexist hit on Bernie Sanders.
But it's not working.
I don't think so. I think it's backfiring.
It should backfire. It's amazing that the Pocahontas stuff, that she's gotten as far as she has with lying about being Native American and using it to get a job.
And the way she lies about it. I mean, she's such a she's also a bad liar. Like when Meghan McCain can twist you to pretzel. That's not good. you know, when she went on some podcast with these black guys. I don't know. You ever see that video where she's being interviewed by 3 black guys? And they just
In a
tear,
podcast?
Yeah, they just tear her to shreds.
Oh, is that Charlemagne? Is that on the Breakfast Club?
I think maybe, I don't know. You know,
Probably
I'm out of
Charlemagne
touch.
Sharp.
I don't know anything.
Charlemagne sharp as fuck. I think he went after her for the whole Native American thing, and she was just basically saying, "Well, it's a family story that we always told."
Her. He nailed it. It was easy. You know, it was like you talking to Barry Weiss. It wasn't very
about
all you had to do was ask the normal questions. What does toady mean?
Charlemagne the God calls Elizabeth Warren the original Rachel Dolezal. That's right.
Yes, that's right.
Yes,
that's what he did say.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a hilarious thing to say. The original Rachel Dolezal. Well, she used it to get a job. I mean, she really did, and she didn't give any of that money back. I mean, didn't she get a job at Harvard because of that? Where did she get a job?
She claimed she did it. She claimed she did it.
But it was on her application.
Yeah.
She was Native American.
There's a reason why.
Yeah.
And she's just saying it's because our family.
But she was saying she's Native American. Like, that's the whole thing? You're 100% that?
I don't know what she was saying.
Right?
I know it's really come back to bite her in the ass. I know. I bet she
Not
was.
Not enough. She's
Well,
still bouncing around. That's a liar. Like, she's a person that makes up a past. She's created a fake past, and she did it back when there was no DNA test available. So you can get away with being Native American. It makes you look like first of all, you're kind of cool, right? Everybody, like, you ever see that movie Vision Quest?
No.
Great movie. Matthew Modine. But his buddy is a fake Indian. His buddy lied about being Native American. He had a mohawk and everything. He was playing up the Native American thing. Because people want to be Native American. It's a cool thing.
Yeah.
You know, they're thought to be more spiritual, more deep and interesting, and it's certainly more oppressed. So if she says she's Native American, oh, look at this Native American woman who made it all the way to be president.
It's exotic. Yeah.
Meanwhile, she's like, like 1/2000th Native American.
Is that what it was?
Some ridiculously small number.
Right.
Yeah.
So she just.
And then when she got her DNA test, Trump said that if she was Native American, that he would give $1 million to charity, give her $1 million, something like that. And so she was like, "Well, time to pay up." Like, what? Did you look at the numbers? Yes, she did.
Joe,
Find
I find
that.
Everything you're saying right now is sexist. I hope you know that.
Fuck yeah.
Everything you're saying is sexist.
Woo! Must be, right? I'm talking about a woman.
What do people? You know what? You talk about how you feel bad about the New York Times not being.
Yes.
Because I know that feeling. You want somebody to be. What do the other news people like at MSNBC and say? What do they think when they see Tucker Carlson kicking their ass doing war coverage? Isn't that fucking amazing?
The Tucker Carlson thing was interesting, right?
Isn't that amazing?
He seems at least partially independent.
Like, why is he allowed to tell the truth about war at Fox News? I don't fucking get that. They're not allowed to tell the truth about war at CNN or MSNBC.
Well, Shepard Smith was allowed to tell the truth too, but he was
so
like,
certain truths. But he was again.
After a while, he's like, I gotta get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Again, there's lots of truths he didn't tell also, so that's why I still know.
Did you see Bombshell?
No, what is this?
That's the movie with the Roger Ailes movie.
Oh, I started watching that. Oh man, that guy, who's the actor from Australia? What's his name?
Oh,
whoever the guy is, he's fantastic.
But isn't that John Lithgow in Bombshell though?
I think
you're thinking of the Dick Cheney movie.
I'm thinking of a series. There's a series about Roger Ailes and Fox News.
Oh.
And
no, this is a movie.
Oh, I didn't see.
This is a new Charlize Theron.
Oh,
movie.
Really?
Yeah, where she plays Megyn Kelly.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So she playing someone less attractive.
NIWRC is a nonprofit working to protect Native women from violence. More than half of Native women have experienced sexual violence, and the majority of violent crimes against Native Americans are perpetrated by non-natives. Send them your $1 million check, real Donald Trump. So she was saying that because she's Native American, she tested like a trace amount. Like, it's probably like she blew a Native American guy in college.
Well, what did it?
By the way, real Donald Trump, I remember saying on 7-5, you'd give me $1 million for charity if choice of my DNA showed Native American ancestry. I remember, and here's the verdict. Warren reveals test confirming ancestry.
What?
Yeah, but it's such an insanely small amount. Look,
oh, God.
I am 1.6% African. I am 200 times
more African than she is
Native American. That's real.
Yeah.
LOL.
So
imagine.
I mean, I thought that when she said she got fired from teaching and then the video came out said she quit, I thought that would be the end.
That should be the end too.
I got called
She's
a
a bullshit
sexist for talking about that.
Oh, you are sexist. Though,
I had a Clinton advisor come at me, a Bill Clinton advisor.
That's hilarious.
Even
Bill
funnier.
Clinton advisors should all shut the
You would
fuck
think.
up.
You would think
you
they'd-
are so lucky you're not in jail.
You
I
would
only
think they'd-
flew 26 times with Jeffrey Epstein. It's not a lot of times. He was a good guy. He had a nice jet. We flew around. We saw the sky. We looked at things. We had a couple drinks.
You do a good Clinton.
It's all right. It's not that good. Jeffrey actually does a good Clinton, but that's because he's got hours and hours and hours of tapes on me.
I'm bad. Every time I try to do an impression, it sounds like a drunk Irish guy.
No, your Bernie's pretty damn good. But Bill is so obvious. It's such an easy one.
$27?
Yeah, there it is.
You know why $27? Because that's my social security number. 27.
That's good. Yeah, because he was the 27th person alive. I get
It's an
it.
old joke, Joe.
Get it. I get it.
It was
I get
funnier
it.
in 2016.
I get it.
Okay.
But any Bill Clinton advisor calling you a sexist,
Yeah.
that is
That's rich, huh?
damned hilarious.
That's rich. Did you wipe the cum off your dress before you called me a sexist? Bang, 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 bang.
that fucking guy. Oof. When he dies, there will be stories.
Yeah. Well, there's already stories. We just haven't heard them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's amazing how much they can keep quiet.
Well, it's amazing that the Epstein thing just comes and goes, and nobody gets run out of office. Nobody gets nothing.
no,
nothing. Fucking
no.
nothing.
Well, how about the fact that they accidentally erased the first attempted suicide video? Whoops, we accidentally erased that too.
How about they erased all the torture videos? I mean,
Whoops.
they did that. The CIA did that. They lied to
Whoopsies.
Congress on camera. Joe, we're living in.
Shit happens. Things go bad.
What does Jesse Ventura say? He says, when you're telling the truth is, if I can forget that quote, but when you're living in the universal deceit, telling the truth is a treasonous act or something like that. I just said it earlier and I can't remember.
Jesse Ventura. Yeah, he was going to run for president. Wasn't he?
He as an independent? I don't know. Yeah, I think he toyed with it.
Is Bloomberg still running?
Yes,
He is.
Yes.
I don't hear anything about
He's
it.
spending tons of money on ads and stuff, and so is Steyer. Steyer, they say, was like number 2, and he got himself up to like number 2 in South Carolina or something because of all the money he's spending. And you talk to people who live there, they go, I went home for Christmas, and every third commercial was a Tom Steyer commercial.
Really? So it's a local thing. So he's trying to get that market.
Yeah, so he's like, okay, I might not win Iowa, but I can maybe put all my money into South Carolina.
So do you think the establishment wants Elizabeth Warren because of the fact, look, she's willing to play ball.
Yes.
She wants to be president.
Yes.
She was a Republican forever, and then she switched over, became a Democrat. This thing about him, Bernie, being sexist is so obviously a political ploy. It's so transparent and really gross.
Yeah. And so now when when they call Trump a sexist, it doesn't land.
Right, exactly. They cried wolf to me.
That's exactly what I mean. They teach this to 6-year-olds. Don't cry wolf.
Yeah.
And here they are, an entire organization that's the establishment has been crying wolf. It's crazy.
These motherfuckers.
These motherfuckers. What do you keep looking at your shirt for?
I spilled some of that turmeric coffee on it.
Oh.
I washed it off
Oh, okay.
during the show.
Oh, did you? I didn't even notice.
Yeah. It didn't
See that? See how unobservant I am?
It's all right.
It's all right.
See a little spot there. It's no big deal.
So how many times you go out in a week?
How many times I do shows?
Yeah, stand up.
It depends on the week, but always at least 4. This week I'm only working Tuesday and Wednesday night because I've got to go and do the UFC this weekend in Vegas.
Oh.
And I didn't schedule a gig. And but a regular weekend, boy, depending on if I'm on the road or here. If I'm here, I mean, on a regular week, I'll work Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I do that all the time. I'll do multiple sets a night. I'll do the store. I'll do the improv. Sometimes I do the Ice House.
Okay. So, I change subjects real quick. Do you watch boxing?
Yes.
Did you watch Ruiz?
Yes.
What?
He got fat and he was partying.
Why did he do that?
He had a good time. He fucked up. Got rid of his trainer. He did a lot of things wrong.
At first, they were saying he lost too much weight. Did you remember that?
But that was just because there was a photo that he was doing, like the Instagram angle.
Oh, is that it?
It's like him in the bathroom looking down.
Oh,
you know,
okay.
If you like have a camera and you pose it a certain way, you can make yourself look slim.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like I get nothing. Nothing gets me more excited than a good boxing match.
Well, that fight should have been a great fight, but Andy fucked up.
Yeah.
He really fucked up.
He had
and
no
afterwards,
plan.
Afterwards, he was asking for a rematch. I'm pretty sure he trained himself, too, for that
Yeah,
fight.
I think he did.
Yeah. Well, I know for a fact.
Why would he do all that?
He was partying. Because he became the heavyweight champion of the world in an incredible knockout. And I bet everybody was kissing his ass. And he bought a Rolls Royce. He came to the podcast. When he did the podcast, he came in a Rolls Royce. Yeah. Woo! Which doesn't necessarily mean you're going off the rails, but it's a really good indication. Yeah, I mean, if he showed up in a fucking Caprice Classic, I'd be like, this guy's dialed in.
Yeah.
He's focused.
Yeah, he's going to get this one. That's
he's got
right.
an old cop car he's driving around in. You know?
No hubcaps.
Yeah, shitty old bench seats.
Let's go get the championship.
Yeah, he's Rocky Balboa, but he had his chance, and they're not going to give him another one. Because he can beat a lot of guys.
Yeah.
But I don't know if he can sell a lot of pay-per-views, especially after that second performance. The problem with the second performance is the second performance was so piss poor that you're going to need multiple, like, big wins in fights before people take you seriously again. And he needs a real nutritionist. He really does. Even though he won being fat, there was a lot of factors in that fight. One big factor that I have heard from people who are very knowledgeable and in the know, insiders, was that Anthony Joshua was hurt in training, that he got rocked and maybe even got KO'd when he was training, and not too distant from the fight, like 2 weeks out.
Really?
2 weeks out from the fight, got KO'd. Yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
When you're a heavyweight and you're slinging those fucking gigantic fists at each other, like, all those guys need to do is catch each other once. Just once. Boom. Apparently it just happens all the time. There was a Russian heavyweight boxer who was just criticized because he showed this video of a sparring session where he flatlines his trainer or his sparring partner with one punch. It happens. It happens all the time. For the knockouts you see in the ring, there's probably, dozens more you'll never see with top flight guys that are just, they're bringing in guys. Like when Klitschko was the champion, he brought in guys like Anthony Joshua to spar with. He brought in guys like Deontay Wilder. He sparred with Deontay Wilder.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, these guys, they spar with
I love watching Deontay. It's exciting. It's like at any exactly like you said, at any moment it can happen. The fight can turn around.
Deontay's a freak.
Yeah.
He's a freak.
Yeah.
Freak of nature.
Oh, so in what way?
There's no one I've ever seen who can knock everyone out.
Oh, and that's him.
He knocks everyone out.
Yeah.
There's never been a guy. If you look at his record, it's insane. It's not just the fact that he's won so many fights. He only has one decision loss. He has one draw with Tyson Fury. And then the rest, he knocks people into orbit.
Yeah.
Every other fight, he has 40 knockouts and 40 wins.
And that Cuban guy he just laid out, that guy was tough.
Oh, my God. And he hit him on the forehead.
Yes.
And he hit him like this. Blah!
Yes.
It was like a short punch. He hits so hard it doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
Ortiz went down.
Ortiz was tough.
And he was down like, what in the fuck just happened?
Yes.
He hits people and they have a look on their face like they can't even believe how hard he hits them.
Yeah.
That Dominic Brazil, that KO, like right after the Tyson Fury fight.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God, he's a murderer.
Yeah.
He's the most murderous puncher I've ever seen in the heavyweight division.
So I think him and Fury are going to fight again.
Yes.
Yeah.
In February.
Exciting. Oh,
next month.
That's exciting.
Yeah. Yeah. There it is.
Oh, fantastic.
Tyson Fury's masturbating 7 times a day to prep for Wilder rematch.
Bring his testosterone up, he said.
That brings his testosterone up?
That's what he said.
That's what he said? Wow, I think it's just...
Jesus
I think he's reading into that.
Who was that fighter that used to drink his own urine?
Lyoto Machida?
There was a boxer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there was a boxer.
Well, a lot of people were doing that for a while. They thought urine therapy was
That is not true, right, Joe? I know you're not a doctor, but...
I am definitely a doctor, and it is true. And I want you to do it now. I drank my piss before. I tried it.
Oh, come on!
Tyson Fury on ways he's preparing for Wilder. I'm masturbating 7 times a day to keep up my testosterone pumping. Pump it, pump it, pump it, pump it. Don't you know? I got to keep active and the testosterone flowing for the fight. Don't want the levels to go down.
So I always thought having sex was bad for you before a fight.
It's supposed to be. Yeah, your levels actually go up. Not that it's bad, but some people think it's a distraction. Like Mike Tyson's view was, he said that he felt that sex was distracting. So he would have sex just so that he didn't have to think about it. Because if he didn't have sex, then he was just thinking about sex all the time. But when Tyson was in his prime, you got to also remember he's a really young guy. Like he was in his early 20s. His testosterone's through the fucking roof. You know, and the level of girls that were bombing on him.
Yes. Look
oh
at
my
I
God.
mean, Robin Givens was beautiful.
The most beautiful women in the world
Yeah.
were trying to get some of that fucking gladiator dick. Woo! But I think for him, he really felt like sex was a distraction, and if he could just have sex, then he wouldn't think about it.
So I saw this play one time. It was written by Steve Martin, and it was a fictitious meeting between Picasso and Einstein in a bar in France. It was called Picasso at La Gilles. And in it, Picasso's painting, and he's talking, and he says, an artist must stay well fucked. Otherwise, his eye goes from the page to the windowsill, down to the street, across, over to the cafe where the girl's sitting with her skirt up. And it's like that always stuck with me, right? If an artist doesn't stay well fucked, all he's going to be doing is thinking about getting laid.
Yeah, men will understand that, but men will rarely say that in the presence of women. And so because of that, women either don't believe it, or they dismiss it, or they think you're a pig for expressing it.
Right.
All those things. But men alone, they'll go, oh, yeah, that makes sense. Like, if you say that, you got to stay well fucked. They're like, oh, yeah, of course. You have to. Otherwise, you get fucking distracted. It is true.
Women have no idea. I heard a thing on NPR one time, probably 15 years ago, and they were doing a story about this woman who decided to transition to be a man. And so she documented it and did like an audio thing. And she talked about how when she was into it and started feeling her testosterone, and she would become attracted to women. And she goes, it didn't have to be a boob. It could be an elbow. It could be her ankle. It could be whatever. And she goes, I finally understood 13-year-old boys.
Yeah. That's what it is.
Pretty fucking distracting, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then you got to keep your shit together.
Well, it's not just that. It's a biological imperative. It's a reason why people breed.
Right.
It's like that's built into the DNA to make people attracted to females so they can spread their DNA. And that's what it is. It's that simple.
It's it.
To deny that is crazy. But you've got men denying it because they want women to like them. And then you got women dismissing it because they think that the men who express it in an honest way are pigs and sexist, and they exhibit toxic masculinity, that's a hilarious expression, because you need to thank toxic masculinity for all the bridges, all the
time pressing the go live button for this. I mean, I've made
What's up,
some
guys?
notes as I
Fucking retire, man.
occasionally.
Get the fuck out of here.
Of course, got the stupid stream audio on. Normally I do a better job of collecting my thoughts before I broadcast to however many thousands of people this is ultimately going to end up being. But hey, we hit 10 million subscribers today. It's, I don't know, part of me feels like it's stupid to celebrate these sorts of milestones. You know, I haven't celebrated a birthday since I was, I don't know, old enough that my parents planned it for me, to sort of put it in that context. You know, I tend not to get really sentimental about things like that, but I don't know, this feels different for some reason. Like, it doesn't change anything. I'm gonna wake up tomorrow, I'm gonna go to the same office, I'm gonna make the same videos with the same people, but for some reason I have felt this immense pressure around the 10 million subscriber milestone. And honestly, Nick, I'm sure you're watching this, you weren't helping today. He came in, he's like, yo, it's go time, you know, it's like 600 more subscribers. I'm like, yeah, I know. You know, it's like, you're supposed to make an amazing video. You're supposed to have like a really heartwarming
Somebody
message.
give this guy a
and, like,
fucking napkin, man. You make fucking
honestly,
videos for a living, douchebag.
more than anything else, I consider myself a professional writer at this point, right? That's what I do more than anything else with my time. Actually, I mean, that's kind of a lie. I'm more of like a copy editor, but you know, writing is really what I do. If I wanted to just write some heartwarming thing, you know, it's fine. I can crap that out in my sleep. But I couldn't make myself do this. I couldn't even make myself look at it. I couldn't make myself work on it. And the cold hard truth is that I have been putting it off because I didn't know how to say any of the things that I wanted to say. So there's a few ones that are easy. You guys have made me the luckiest person in the world. I'm sure a lot of people have said this in the history of Earth, but I actually mean it. I wouldn't trade my shoes, or sandals, as it were, for anybody else's. You know, you pick a famous movie star, or a world leader, or whatever, you name it, it doesn't matter. I love my life. It's absolutely perfect in every way. I have an amazing group of colleagues that I, you know, literally had the privilege of handpicking. I mean, so much of our personal identities gets tied up, for better or for worse, just gets tied up in, you know, what we do for work. It's a big part of life. And I'm privileged to have the best job in the world. I get to spend my life doing what I've always loved, which is, you know, playing around with tech and talking tech with people. You know, ever since I got my first big computer upgrade to a 486 or whatever it was, if we could get a CD-ROM drive, like, I've always loved it. I have an amazing family. My wife's awesome. I think I did manage to put together some notes. I think I thank her like at least a few times in here, but it won't be enough. You know, she's given everything. It's funny, she would get really self-conscious about her cesarean section scar. So she has a scar on her bikini line, and it's something that she's, ever since we had our first child, she's been really subconscious about it. I'm like, you know what, hon, I mean, every time I look at that, I don't see, you know, a disfigurement. Like, I see a battle scar, you know, I see, like, you know, you went through a lot to give us these perfect kids, perfect family. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know how it all happened. I've got this following of literally 10 million. And it kind of feels like luck sometimes. I'm probably more like you guys than you realize. I mean, like, when I was a kid, I had friends, yeah, but like 2. You know, I was one of the weird kids. I remember doing things that embarrass the heck out of me now. I changed schools in grade 6, and somehow on my first day, I ended up in a shin kicking competition with a girl on the school bus to, I mean, what I was trying to prove to anybody, I have no idea. I don't even remember anymore. I mean, and then on that first day, some kid decided to call me a faggot. So my brilliant battle plan there was to ask the teacher. I really did this. I asked the teacher if I could go up in front of the class, and I thought, you know, maybe if I could clarify the meaning of that word, maybe people would stop using it to describe me. So I got up in front of a grade 6 class full of people that I didn't know, and I said something about, you know, a bundle of sticks and twigs. I don't remember the details anymore, but I definitely remember ending up with the nickname faggot for the next couple of years. I didn't get much better in high school when I had the brilliant idea of dyeing my hair hot pink for the first day of grade 8. We don't have middle school where I grew up, so I literally went from the elementary school in grade 7 to grade 8 high school, and I showed up with pink hair. I'm this like tiny short kid with a squeaky voice. I don't know, it's funny. I didn't really think much of it at the time, but I remember running into one of my elementary school teachers, and when I looked back on the encounter, I realized how relieved they seemed that I appeared to have turned out okay. Like, I never did anything like really bad as a kid, but it was just like I kind of ended up in the principal's office a lot. Anyway, yeah, I turned out okay. Tonight's kind of a mixing pot of emotions for me. This is an incredible milestone, one that kind of marks me achieving everything that I could have possibly, like if I'd sat there, you know, on day 1 of my life, and been in the kind of mental state, you know, infant state, they don't seem to think or do much, but if I had been, and I had set like a checklist for myself, you know, everything I could ever hope to accomplish, I've basically gotten there. I mean, I've gone from being the weird kid to finding 10 million of you who are weird in exactly the same way that I am. But I guess the flip side of that is a big part of me feels like, well, I guess I'm done then. I'm at a stage right now where, for better or for worse, if I got hit by a bus tomorrow, my company would probably survive. My wife wouldn't have to work another day in her life, and my kids would all go to whatever college they want. People would be sad, I hope, but life would totally go on for everyone. The title is not clickbait, for those of you wondering. I haven't really shared any of these thoughts with anyone but my wife. She is my muse, my flame, my confidant, my lover, my best friend. She's my rock. But the truth is, I've been thinking about retiring for quite some time now. And, you know, I've kind of half joked about it, partly because it felt so far off that I didn't think I'd, you know, ever, I mean, I knew I'd get there because the numbers say I'm going to get there, but I didn't feel like I'd ever really get there. You know, 10 million, I would often joke about, hey, you know, maybe that's what I should do for 10 million. I should be like, hey, thanks, it's been a wild ride, see ya. Anyway, yeah, I mean, I think there are a lot of people, both within my organization and outside of it, who won't be surprised to hear that I and think about these things. I mean, why else would I, over the last 7 years, 7 or 8, I don't know, it's been a long time, why else would I be constantly trying to bring in new talent and, like, build a company around this? I remember back when I first started doing it, you know, most YouTubers were one-man or one-woman bands, and they kind of thought I was crazy for, like, hiring all these people and all these buildings and all this overhead. Like, what are you doing? The truth is, if I wanted to just ball out hard and just have fun every day making videos about tech stuff for the rest of my life, I could do that with a handful of people. I don't need to build all these processes and procedures and systems and all that stuff. It's been becoming more and more obvious to me that because of all those things that I'm focused on, I haven't had the time and energy to keep up with some of the minutiae of the tech world the way that I used to, the way that I love to. And it's not, honestly speaking. Sometimes I feel like it, but it's not because I don't care anymore. I mean, there have been a handful of times, you know, massive shout out to my team, because a lot of YouTubers don't get to take a week off, but there have been a handful of times when I've taken a week off and within a few days I'm getting the itch to upgrade the firmware on something, or like, you know, swap out a whatever, just kind of see what happens, right? But the reason that I am having a hard time keeping up is I just find my life is so full of other priorities right now. I mean, there's the business, there's the job of being a dad. I have 3 kids now. There's just the responsibility of having this team of 30 people that, you know, they want to meet about, you know, a project on the weekend they want to borrow some gear for, or, you know, their creative fulfillment, or, you know, they're going through something personally, you know, financially or like emotionally, and like there's so many demands. And I think that the mishap with the Radeon 5600 XT, excuse me, is a perfect example of this. My attention was split over the last few days, and I was only about 30% listening to Anthony when he explained the issue to me. So the issue is that AMD issued a firmware update to the cards that made them perform better at the last possible second, and pretty much as soon as he said, yeah, we did all of our testing with the updated firmware, I kind of tuned out for some of the finer details, which included that some of the cards had already shipped with the slower firmware, and that board partners didn't have a clear plan for how they were going to fix them for people, so reviews were effectively going to be advertising a card that was going to be slower for some people than advertised. And then I didn't follow it up. I compounded my error by saying it wasn't a big deal on TechLinked. I have since edited that video. I don't know if it'll be updated by this time, but the truth of the matter is that in that moment, in the context of all the other things that I have going on in my life, you know, between my son's extra credit homework project, or, you know, one of my daughters having potty trouble, or the other videos that I've been working on for the last couple of days just being, quite frankly, more interesting to me, or this milestone that has created more stress than anything else for me, honestly. I let it slip through the cracks, and that's 100% on me, and that weighs on me. I mean, I'm human and I make mistakes from time to time, but I also take my responsibilities as a source of information seriously. I mean, in this case, I honestly think that by the time the 5600 XT has run its course, 99.9% of the buyers, like, I think, you know, I come from retail. I know how many of these cards probably shipped on launch day. It ain't that many. 99.9, maybe even 9% of the buyers will not have been affected by this issue. And in a world where the environment is being contaminated by microplastics and micro rubber, and a literal continent just got burnt to a crisp, and, you know, somehow with all the modern mechanization at our disposal, children are still starving. Like, you know what, a couple FPS because AMD didn't pre-overclock your card, like, that you can fix by moving a slider in their optional software. Like, I don't know. False advertising is bad, but I just couldn't get that upset about it. I had a pretty life-changing experience a little while ago, and I haven't talked to too many people about it, but I guess what I've decided for this 10 million mark is to just speak with you guys openly. I don't really do it that often. I try to, for the most part, right? Like, I'm trying to build a company, I'm trying to build a brand, I try to hide behind that, but I had a pretty life-changing experience a little while ago. My initial reaction to having someone choose Linus Tech Tips for a Make-A-Wish. I don't know if you know the Make-A-Wish Foundation or Miracle Network. I don't know. It's one of them. Basically, it's one of those things where sick kids can ask to do something or meet someone. So when I first found out about that, I was just like, I was kind of tickled by it. I was like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool. Hashtag goals, I guess. Then shortly after I had agreed to do something, we didn't know exactly what it was going to be, I got a follow-up that suddenly the situation had changed quite dramatically, and the kid in question was too sick to travel, and that his priority had been upgraded to urgent or something along those lines. They wanted to know if I could still do something, and basically, like when they asked, they were like, hey, can you still do something? By the way, it needs to be done like right now. And they asked if I could record a personalized video for him. And that's what I do every day. I record videos. So I picked up my phone, I pointed at myself, and I just tried to think of something to say, and I couldn't. And I looked at their guidelines, and it had just the most useless stuff in it. It was like, be upbeat and don't talk about death. And I was just like, this kid's 12. He's like dying of leukemia. Like, what? Last thing I can do right now is be upbeat. The only thought going through my head is like, everyone and everything I know is gonna die. So anyway, actually I didn't even put this in my notes, but I got an email from his dad a couple weeks ago, and it was actually kind of beautiful. He put together like a digital photo album of his son. One sec. You'll all have to bear with me. He put together a digital photo album of his son that just about broke my heart. It was, just everything he loved, everything he was really passionate about, everything he was great at. It had a big section at the end that was just dedicated to the computer that we built. So I helped spec out a machine, and I think it was Make-A-Wish. I'm sorry, I don't remember which foundation it was, but they gathered the parts and sent them to him. He was almost too sick to build it, too weak. He eventually did manage to build it. He got to play some games on it, which I guess is about the most you can ask. But yeah, it was a few months later, he just sent me a note saying it made a big difference, and I didn't really understand why. I mean, I was glad it helped, but it felt like such a small thing. Anyway, all I could see in the photo album was my kids.
I'm riding around and I'm getting it. Right
The whole thing made me question my
turn
movement.
around and triple it. Your girlfriend's pussy, I'm killing it. I'm all about my commas.
So I told myself at the beginning, well, it's about supporting my family, right? Like, why do you do anything? Why do you do a job? But it's pretty obvious to me it's about something else now. I mean, every time my wife would ask me, hey, how long do we need to keep doing these kinds of hours? Like, how long do we need to keep pushing like this before we can just back off and like, have a life? Like, I joke about it in our videos or on stream sometimes. I don't have any friends. The truth is, like, really, outside of people that I have met at work and then that I still work with, and my wife, like,
fuck it, I'm drunk, it's okay. We just left the runway, blowing money like payday, like VH1, TMZ, and TV likes my birthday. No sweet 16, more like 6 sweet dreams, flexing with